So anytime you can modify data in the database means it contains only current data. Only current data will be there in these databases. So what is the tool you are going to work? Data analysis tool, Power BI. So we cannot use this type of data, current data, for data analysis purpose, right? So if you are working with current data to perform data analysis, it is like, time consumption will be there. So this type of issues, performance related issues will be there. That's why we are not going to use that type of data to perform these activities. So we need some other environment which maintains historical data. Historical means without modifications, non-volatile. Volatile means what? Modifications. We need some environment where we can avoid these modifications. We can maintain historical data. That we call it as a data warehouse database. So this is a non-volatile environment. So what we are doing, we are going to copy data from data source to data warehouse environment. Data source to data warehouse environment. Right. And so the major difference between data source databases, and data warehouse is volatile and non-volatile. So because of non-volatile property in data warehouse environment, we store historical data. So that is required for us to perform data analysis. That means suppose you copy data from different data sources to data warehouse environment. After that, you cannot make any changes to data. If data is there in the source, then only you can modify it. If data copied from source to data warehouse environment, you cannot make any modifications. Right? And so data warehouse environment is especially for data analysis purpose, report creation purpose. Okay, that is data warehouse. So now my next question is, I said like Power BI is related to data warehouse. Power BI is related to what? Data warehouse. So how it is related to data warehouse? Let us see that now. See, for example, this is our Power BI environment. So what are the operations we are going to perform in Power BI from the beginning? From the beginning, what type of operations we are going to perform in Power BI? Copy data. In the beginning, we are going to copy data from different data sources to Power BI environment. So copy data is not going to modify anything. For example, you have some table in the source. You are going to copy table from source to Power BI. That is not going to modify, right? So copy data is not going to make any changes to your database, non-volatile. So copy data is not going to modify, right? Next scenario. Transform data. So generally transform data, next DAX, next visualization creation. So generally these are the major operations we are going to perform in Power BI. Okay, fine. But the problem, the thing is, Power BI also non-volatile environment only. We are not going to make any changes to data even in Power BI. But when I'm talking about copy data, transform data, DAX data, you feel like data is going to modify. That is not correct. I'll tell you the reason. So copy data I already explained. Transform data. Basically, we use transformations to bring data into required format. See, simple scenario. After copying data or while copying data, you are going to work with the transformations, right? For example, we have some table products in this source, and this table contains some column sales amount. Now, I'm going to copy same table from source to Power BI. Products table with what? Sales amount column. Okay, na? But it is not plain copy. So plain copy directly copy and save. That's all. But it's not. It's not plain copy. We have something different requirement here. Suppose sales amount is greater than 3,000, then only copy. I got my requirement right? Suppose sales amount is greater than 3,000, then only copy. Otherwise, don't copy. Then what to do? I write some condition. See, there we have some condition there. What is the condition? Sales amount is greater than 3,000. By writing this condition, we are going to copy data, required data. So what happens? Only salary greater than 3,000 data will be, sales amount greater than 3,000 data will be copied. That means what you are doing here, you are just copying only required data from source to Power BI. Are you modifying anything? Anybody please tell me. Are you modifying anything here? No, we are not modifying anything. It is not modifying anything. Just what it is doing, it is copying only required data. So it is non-volatile operation. So this type of operations are comes under transformations. What it is? Transformation. Right? And so next scenario, now it's clear. Transformation is not going to modify anything. This is only for data transformation purpose. I mean, bring data into required format purpose only. No doubt. Right? Coming to next scenario, DAX. DAX stands for Data Analysis Expressions. Formula language. We use DAX for data related calculations purpose. Right? In databases, we are going, not databases, in Power BI environment, we are going to perform calculations. Different types of calculations we are going to perform. You can ask some question here, sir, why we perform calculations in databases, tell me. In data warehouse, tell me. Common questions. For example, you copied products table with sales amount column from source to Power BI. So now you are going to create some report. See, what is the final scenario we are doing in Power BI? Report creation only, dashboards creation only, right? Finally, in Power BI, what we are going to do, tell me, reporting. Report creation, dashboard creation, we are going to do. Right? Okay, fine. You copied data, you transformed it. Now you are going to create some report. You have sales amount column, but this is monthly sales amount. What type of sales amount column is available? Monthly sales amount is available. But your report, you need yearly sales amount. Sales amount into 12. You are doing some calculation here. What's the calculation? Sales amount into 12. Because you need annual sales amount to create report. You don't have annual sales amount in our environment. You have only monthly sales amount. So you have to do some calculation. So doing like this. But we do this calculation by using DAX function. Right? And by using DAX functions only, we are doing these calculations. So is it going to modify anything in the database? No, it is not modifying anything. So totally what I'm trying to explain, Power BI is pure data warehouse environment. In Power BI, we are not going to perform any data modifications because it is non-volatile environment. You just perform copy data, transform data, DAX data, any type of operations. But ultimately, these are only for bring data into required format because we are going to create reports, dashboards. Some format of the data is required for us. For that format of the data, we are going to perform transformations and DAX functions. Got my point? And next, visualization area. Visualizations means what? Creating reports. Different types of reports we are going to create. Right? In the same way, need more clarity on this Power BI environment, what we are going to do.
Your voice is breaking, sir.
How is it now? Is it okay now? Okay.
Yes, sir, it is fine now.
Right. So generally in Power BI environment, we are going to work with the different scenarios like this. Right. And in the beginning, we have some data source. For example, what is our data source? For example, SQL Server database. Just assumption. From SQL Server data source, we are going to copy data into Power BI desktop environment. What is the tool name? Power BI desktop. So whatever the operations I discussed till now, like copy data, transform data, DAX data, creating visualization, These are all we are going to perform in Power BI desktop only. So major development we are going to perform in Power BI by using desktop only. So after finishing your development here, you are going to publish your work. Whatever you developed, you are going to publish. Because why we are developing all these things, tell me? Because of customers. Right? Okay, now? To share customers, we are going to do these development activities. So from Power BI desktop, you cannot share anything to customers. This is only for development purpose. So after finishing development, you're going to publish. Your published work is going to store in Power BI service center. From Power BI service, we are going to share them to customers. Even we are going to create a dashboard in this service environment only. So dashboard means what? It is collection of different visualizations, related visualizations. So this is a user environment, end user environment. Some application will be there, some other environment will be there. Now what you are doing, you are developing these things here, you are going to publish them to service, right? And from service, you are going to share them to users. See, here important thing is coming to desktop environment. Here only we have building blocks of the Power BI. So building blocks of the Power BI are Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. Power BI development means these activities only. No doubt. Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. So Power Query means transformations area. This is transformation area. Power Pivot means DAX. DAX, data modeling, creating relationships between tables, defining cross filters. These are all comes under Power Pivot. So this area is purely related to data operations. That's why we say copy data, transform data, DAX data. We are going to perform these tasks directly on data. Because before going to create report, you have to bring data into your required format. Because see, you are working with some scenario, some project means some requirements will be there, right? Based on requirements only, you are going to work. Then we have Power View also. Power View means what? Visualization creation. So Power View concept is different. That means overall Power BI development, we have data related operations and visualization creation operations. Right. So now coming to next scenario, prerequisites. What are the prerequisites there for this training? SQL queries part is required. Transformations, DAX, purely coming from SQL queries part. No doubt. In the same way, data warehouse concepts knowledge is also required for us. See, SQL queries we are going to discuss in this training only. Data warehouse concepts also we are going to discuss in this training only. Right? So you no need to go for some other training. In the same way, if you are ready to learn complete SQL developer, Power BI participant can attend complete SQL development class also. Right, and that is also available in this institute, Durga. Clear? But remember, you go for data warehouse or database related scenarios, whatever it. Database development or data warehouse. SQL queries knowledge is required, no doubt. Some people says that if you know basics of the SQL, you can work. How can you work? You're going to work with real-time environment. Basic knowledge, how can you perform operations still? Am I right or not? Straight question. Not my point. So these are all. And I said power pivot. Power pivot means we are going to work with the data modeling concept there. Right, Andy? Data modeling concept means we are working with fact table, dimension tables concepts. Because see, those concepts are coming from data warehouse. Because in the beginning, we started with the data warehouse. Of course, database we started, then we discussed about data warehouse. So to work with some scenarios of the Power BI, we need data warehouse concepts. That's why we are going to work with those things also. So these are the prerequisites. We are going to discuss prerequisites in this training only, no doubt. So coming to next scenario, we have to discuss more on process. What are the scenarios we are going to discuss and what we are giving some project also. What project we are giving, what we are going to learn in this project. That and all We'll discuss in tomorrow's class. Same time, same link. Now, that's all for today from my end. Any questions, please go ahead. If you have any questions, please go ahead. Anybody? You can unmute and talk to me, or you can send messages also. We have chat facility. Please. Tomorrow's class, I'm going to discuss more on these things, somewhat related to real-time scenarios. Also, I'm going to discuss in tomorrow's class. Please go ahead. Any questions, please? What happened there? No questions? Nobody asking questions?
Yeah, I have one question. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, please, Srinu. I can hear you. Srinu, I can hear you.
Yeah. So when we attend this class, yeah. When we attend this class, we're going to do some real-time scenarios in the real work environment. Sure.
See, Srinu, one thing is important. Real work environment, you can get easily. See, real work environment, you can get only in our job, in our project only. When you are attending any training, don't expect that, frankly speaking. Okay, now? What we can provide,
Okay.
we can guide you towards real-time environment, but we cannot show real-time environment because it is training environment, right? Okay, now? We are giving project. Project means you'll get idea. Okay, fine, what we are going to do in real time. Process you are going to learn. Okay, now? Right? Right. Anybody, please? Any questions? Any? Okay. Right then. Let's do one thing. Let's meet tomorrow with remaining things. After finishing tomorrow's class, you'll get more clarity. Right. In yesterday's class, we discussed about some scenarios related to Power BI introduction part. And we discussed what are the things we are going to do in Power BI. Clear-cut information we discussed. So today, we are going to discuss about more related scenarios here. Suppose you are going to work with some project, right? In this project, I mean, Power BI related project. I'm talking about Power BI project only. In that project, what are the different scenarios we're going to do? And from where the project is going to start. These are all really important. Now, In the beginning, copying data. We are going to work with different data sources. From data source, we are going to copy data, then we're going to transform. Different things will be there. See, your important scenario is so we have some data source, Power BI desktop, Power BI service, end user related scenarios. Suppose this is our data source. From this data source, we're going to copy data. Right. And so maximum scenarios, what happens, you are going to work with some data source means it will be database only. Maximum SQL server database will be there. Okay. So coming to next scenario. From data source, we are going to copy data into desktop. In this desktop only, we are going to transform, right? And DAX, different scenarios we are doing it. See, an important point is, for example, we have some table here in the source. Oh, every time why I'm talking about tables, because in RDBMS databases, in the same in Power BI, data is going to store in the form of tables only. There is no other facility, right? In the beginning, we are creating tables and we are going to store data in the form of tables only. That is the point. Clear? And so coming to next scenario. Suppose we have some tables here. You take regular table. Suppose you have employee table and a department table. So in these tables, we have common column department number. Okay, now listen carefully, please. We are going to copy data from employee table, department table. What is the common column we have in these tables? Department number. So here important point is, if you are working with these two tables individually, lot of burden will be there, right? Suppose you have two tables and you are going to work with two different scenarios, means number of operations will be more and even burden will be more on our server. So that is going to create troubles to us. Okay. No? That's why what we are doing, here you have different tables copying from source to Power BI, and here you have common column also. So now we can perform some transformation called as merge transformation. So by using this merge transformation, we can combine data from these tables. Suppose here you have two tables, right? You are going to copy data from these two tables. And what we are doing, we are going to combine the data. So how we are going to combine the data here? By using transformation merge. So why we are going to combine the data? See, working with less number of tables always better than working with more number of tables. Remember that point. Okay. So here what's happening? Initially, when the data is there in the source, there are different tables. Right, Andy? When data is there in the source, they are what? They are different tables. So multiple tables, right? When you're going to copy data and when you perform this combined transformation, merge transformation, right? They are only single table. Okay. So now what's happening, you know? By doing this transformation, merge transformation, we are going to combine the data. In the same way, we are going to minimize number of tables. Am I right or not? We are going to minimize number of tables from 2 to 1. 2 to 1 only. Please check it. Right in. So now after finishing this transformation, merge transformation, if you want to create any report by taking data from single table, you can go for report creation because you combine data. But just assume that you have not done with any merge operation. There are two different tables still. Still there are two different tables. You're going to create report so that you have to access data from two different tables only. Am I right or not? Okay, now listen carefully. Very important real-time scenario I'm discussing now. Okay. So your important point is so simple logic. What we are doing here, we are minimizing number of tables. So burden will be minimized. So performance will be increased. That is the key point we are discussing. So after doing this task, generally we are going to create report. If any DAX is required, we perform DAX. Otherwise, we are going to create report. Fine. See, important point is, yesterday I discussed, your data source is volatile. And our data warehouse is non-volatile. This is the point we discussed yesterday, right? Some of you attended yesterday's class. Some new participants there today. Non-volatile means, for example, data copied from source to Power BI environment. Done. You performed transformation much, and you go ahead and create report. That's fine. No problem. But after creating report or before creating report, right? Anand? After creating report or before creating report, if source is modified, we have employee table, department tables in the source, we copied them to Power BI. Then only we perform transformation and we created report. That's what we are doing. For example, your source is modified. You created report. Source is modified. Right. Now, whatever the data modified in the source, that should be copied to Power BI. That should be reflected to your report. Right. So why I'm discussing this point, you are new to this environment. Generally, you feel like we copied data, transformed data, created report. There ends the matter. That is not correct. Initially, we are going to take copy of the data from this source. We are creating report. Of course, we are performing transformations, DAX. After that, refresh will be there. So refresh means whatever the modifications done in the source, they should be copied into Power BI. They should be reflected into report and visualization and dashboards also. So that is the importance of transformation. Not only much transformation, we have different types of transformations there. Basically, much transformation is joins concept of the SQL. In yesterday's class, I discussed some points. What are the prerequisites there for Power BI? SQL Server queries part and data warehouse concepts. So these transformations coming from SQL only, SQL queries only. Right. So now we got some idea what we are doing with the transformations. Okay. So after that, we are going to work with some DAX. For example, DAX also I'll give you some scenarios. Suppose you have source here. From source, you have some table employee. Okay. The employee table means generally what will be there in employee table, employees information will be there, data. You copy table, some source to desktop, Power BI desktop. So employee table, salary column, there is no null value. Commission column, we have null value. So now you want to do some report, you want to create some report, that is in that report you want to go for total salary. What is total salary? Salary plus commission is comes under total salary. That is the meaning, right? You have salary and commission means what is the meaning of total salary? Salary plus commission. In this scenario, so now we cannot perform any type of operation with the null values because nobody knows what is the value of null. Suppose I'm doing it like salary plus commission. If commission is null, total value you are going to get it as null. There is no null value in there is no null value in salary column, but you are doing operation with null value, right? So you'll get total null. Right? So that is really important for us. So here we have to do some conversions or calculations. But still, because see, I want to complete this task here. I want to work with the commission from commission salary plus commission. Contains null values, but still I want to work with that. How to do that task? You got my point, right? So in this case, what you are doing, here you are going to use some function. Suppose is null of commission comma 0. This is null function is going to convert null value into 0. For example, you have null value in the commission column, then it is going to convert. Is null function is going to convert null value into 0 temporarily. Up to completion of this query. So thus query execution completes, then you are going to finish your task, right? For that we are using DAX, data analysis expressions. DAX functions. What is is null? Is null is functional. Is null is functional. We are working with DAX functions only. Purpose of the DAX. So then you're going to create visualization, report. Even one thing, after completion of this, if any modifications done in the source, those modifications will be copied to Power BI from source. In the same, they'll be copied to DAX, then they'll be copied to report also. That we call it as refresh concept. Tomorrow I'm going to discuss that refresh concept. Refresh data. Refresh data means copy latest modifications done in the source to Power BI environment. If you already created report with that data in Power BI, even that report also gets modifications, refreshed modifications. Right, Annie? So these are really important. So coming to next scenario, yesterday I discussed some points here. Data modeling concept, Power BI modeling. What is that Power BI modeling? 1 second. So modeling means relationships between tables. Previously, we discussed about joins, merge. That is not relationship. So different tables data you are going to combine. That's what we did. But now the scenario is different. Here what we are doing, suppose you have employee table, department table, common data, department number, common column. Right, Andy? So you are going to copy everything. Employee table, department table with common column you are going to copy. From source to Power BI. Right, Andy? Even after copying, you're going to store those tables in Power BI environment permanently, right? So there also we should go for relationship between tables. Because these tables contains common data, right? And common column. So relationship between tables we are going to establish. Previously I discussed about merge concept, that is different concept. Merge concept is different. Because merge combined data. Now we are not going to combine. They are separate tables, different tables only. Even inside Power BI also, we are going to store them as different tables only. But relationship we are going to establish. What is the advantage of creating relationship between tables? Number of operations are going to minimize. For example, you are creating some report. Generally, in Power BI environment, you are going to create report means you are going to use data from different tables for creating that report. You're going to use data from different tables to create that report, So then these tables are related tables. Then time consumption is going to minimize, right? Easy access will be created, right? So that means performance will be increased. Performance means what? Speed. Report speed will be generated. That is what client required. You are creating report. Report creation is not enough. Lot of things you need to provide to that report, especially, security, performance, these things. Security is different thing that we can do, no problem. Performance is important. Accessing speed is important. How you are going to provide it? So these are all. There are many ways to improve performance, right? And so the major scenarios I discussed yesterday, building blocks of the Power BI. What are the building blocks we discussed? Power Query, Power Pivot, Power View. Power Query transformation area. Power Pivot means relationships between tables, modeling, DAX, that and all comes under that. Then report creation. Suppose you created some report. Different scenarios will be there in this report creation. Creating report, then formatting report, then filter report. Three different scenarios you are going to work in the report. So you are going to take data and creating some report here. Then you have to format visualization. Different themes, different layouts, backgrounds, colors, fonts, size. So general formatting, visual formatting, different things will be there. You have to make that report attractive, right? That we are going to do with formatting. Then filtering data inside report. Suppose you created some report. How to filter data? For example, now we discussed different employees, different departments. So you created report with all employees, all departments data. Now there is some person, some user wants to see particular department number related data. So you have to provide access to that department number data only, right? So this type of requirements will be there. For that we are going to use filters. Filtering data. So previously I discussed some points. Transformation. So DAX also given some real-time example. And now this filter concept. Group by class, where class, having class, after by class. These are all filters only, right? So these are all coming from SQL Server queries part only. Right? So Power Query, Power Pivot to Power View. Same order we are going to follow. Suppose you created some report, then if you want to make changes to that report, you can edit that report. You can edit and you can make changes to the report. That is also possible, don't worry. In the same way, this is desktop, right? Here, whatever the things up to now I discussed in today's class, we are going to perform them in this desktop environment only. So after finishing your work from here, you're going to publish it into Power BI service environment. This is service. This Power BI service, I can say it is like, to share your work to customers. To share your work to customers. In the same way, dashboard creation is also really important. So maximum projects we are going to create dashboards. Dashboards we can do in Power BI service only. Here only sometimes we are going to create deployment pipeline. Deployment, what is the deployment pipeline? Development, then testing, then production. So in the beginning, development will be done. Then it goes to test environment. Then it goes to production. So the deployment pipelines creation and creating apps. Apps creation is important. So app means what? It contains some visualizations and dashboards. Collection of visualizations, dashboards already developed. We call them as apps. Right? And even in real time, what happens, if you're working with real time project, sometimes they will develop their own visualizations, dashboards, and they are going to give them to us in the form of content, like for example, organizational apps, organizational services. What they contains? Visualizations, reports, and dashboards they contains. We can use them. We can design them or we can arrange them for the customer's purpose. So these are all we are going to work here. So after finishing these things, we are going to work with integration. Integration means generally we are not going to do only. Nowadays we got some concept here. Embedding Power BI visualization with some application. For example, I give you a simple example. Suppose you are attending some exam, online exam. How you are writing exam? By using some application. They will give you some user account, you are connecting to their application and you are going to finish your exam. Am I right or not? In this scenario, after finishing your exam, they will give you some report there. So total marks, percentage, where you scored more, where you scored less. This type of graphs kind of visualizations they are going to give you. Where you are accessing those visualizations in the application only. But those visualizations not created in application. Application is just user purpose, user access purpose. Right? And so they are developed in some reporting tool, like for example, Power BI, based on the data. That is really important for us. So how to embed that report? Like just information. Your role is up to service only. Embed is not related to Power BI developer. But still, if you know something extra, that will really good for you, right? So little bit about embedding Power BI reports, Power BI dashboards into applications. Internal users purpose, sectional users purpose. So what are the licenses required? What are the security scenarios required? Something real-time environment. So these type of things we are going to discuss under this training. End-to-end training. So at the ending, I'm going to give you some projects for practice purpose. One or two projects I'm going to provide you. You can use them for practice purpose. Clear? So these are all we are going to do. So I think you got some clarity now, end to end, what we are doing in Power BI. The major scenarios of the Power BI development are copy data, transform data, DAX data, and visualization creation, dashboard creation, publishing. These are all comes under major scenarios. So if you know something about app design, creating app, designing means it's not like application development and you don't worry about the coding or kind of nothing. App designing means what? You developed some visualization, some reports, some dashboards. By using them, you're going to create some application, app. We're going to do that. We're going to develop it. So you'll get more knowledge there, more idea about real-time environment. How you're going to work out the things in real-time environment. That is required for us. Subject is okay, no problem. If you're practicing, you'll get subject, no doubt. But scenario is important, right? Even DAX also will go for in-depth of the DAX. We have different types of DAX functions, differences between DAX functions, depth of the DAX. These are all we are going to discuss. So now tell me if you have any questions related to this training, please. Any questions, please? Anybody? Amit, Ashish, Srinu, Vaibhav, Vijay, you attended yesterday's class. But other participants are new to this. Vineet and Vikas. Vikas, you attended yesterday's class? Tulasi new, I think. Sarita also new.
No, sir.
Dhananjay. All right. Any questions, please?
I actually wanted to ask, but I didn't want to disturb you before. So when I registered for this, today was the first class. That's what I was assuming.
See,
But
yesterday I discussed the introduction part, Vikas. Don't worry about that. You have not missed anything, okay?
okay,
Just what is database, what is data warehouse, those things only I discussed. We will give you that recording also. Don't worry about that, okay? No?
okay. Only question being like in the future when we are to do the project and everything, I was reading the prerequisites were SQL Server knowledge beforehand.
Yes, yes.
So how much of that would play a part in this?
Actually, SQL Server complete queries knowledge is required because we have different types of query concepts in SQL environment. All those query concepts required for us. Because of that reason only, in Power BI class, we are going to discuss SQL. And if you want, you can attend separate SQL class also. Complete SQL Server training you can attend if you have free time. So that we are doing morning 6 o'clock now, SQL Server development class. Complete end-to-end SQL development will be there. And Power BI class at 5 p.m. Okay, no? Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anybody, please? Any questions? Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's meet tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to start with Power BI scenarios. Okay, na? Right then. See you. In yesterday's class, we discussed about some scenarios like complete details about the project environment and how it is going to work in real time. Every scenario we discussed in the last session, yesterday's class. And coming to next case. We are going to discuss about the introduction part of the Power BI practical environment. I mean, Power BI desktop. The major tools in Power BI environment we are going to work are Power BI desktop, Power BI service. Okay. So Power BI desktop is for development purpose. Complete development activities of the Power BI we are going to perform in Power BI desktop environment only. Okay. So I'll show you how to install Power BI desktop. Even I'll help you in SQL Server installation also. You don't worry about that. And coming to next scenario. Basically, in Power BI environment, real time we are going to work with licensed software. But now, practical purpose in this training environment, we are going to work with free software. So we have different versions of the Power BI. Now, what are the versions there? Kiran, tell me, Kiran. Any questions? Right. Free version, pro version, and premium version. So these are the different versions of the Power BI we have. So coming to next scenario. Free version, directly we can download it from official website of the Microsoft Corporation, and we can use it for practice purpose. No doubt. Coming to next step. Pro version, premium version. Pro version of the SQL Server, premium version of the SQL Server, they are, licensed softwares. So generally when you are working with real-time environment, real-time project, so we are going to work with the pro version of the SQL and premium version of the SQL. Sorry, Power BI. That's okay. See, pro version, premium version, licensed. That means if you want to work with those versions, you have to purchase license. Then only you can work with them. That's fine. But when we are going to work with the pro version and premium, what is the difference between pro version and premium version? So that is really important now. Forget about free. Free means that is only for practice purpose. Real time purpose we cannot use. Project purpose we cannot use free version of the skills. Power BI, right? Coming to next scenario. Now, pro version, generally what happens, when you are working with the gigabyte size of the data, hundreds of the users, right? And in that scenario, we are going to work with the pro. I mean, middle level cost. Premium version, when you are working with the terabyte size of the data, in the same way, thousands of the users, then you are going to work with the premium version of this Power BI. But what is going to change means, yesterday we discussed about some scenarios. Storage capacity, number of users, that is really important. right? Pro version, premium version. So the only difference is like, storage capacity in the same way. User capacity, number of users. So this point is really important in the beginning. And coming to next scenario. Initially, you're going to create some data set. Data set in the sense of data, whatever the tables that and all you're going to copy from source to Power BI environment, we call it as data set. So now, coming to next scenario. One second, 1 minute, please, all of you. Right, coming to next scenario. Now, you're copying data, you're going to create data set inside Power BI. Okay, so two things we have to discuss here. Because we're in the beginning only, better to maintain clarity from the beginning. Otherwise, what happens, it is going to create a lot of confusion. Here we have something like a data source. Assume that your data source is SQL server. So in the same way, this is your Power BI environment. Okay, na? Fine. You're going to copy data from data source to Power BI environment. So I said like data source is SQL server. What is SQL server? Microsoft RDBMS database. How data is going to store in Microsoft RDBMS database is tables format. Maintain clarity. So you are going to copy data from data source to Power BI. Means you are going to copy table from data source to Power BI. Clear? Right? Even in Power BI environment also, data is going to store in the form of tables only. Right? So now next question we can ask, like what table contains? Generally, table contains structure and data. Structure means columns, data means rows. Okay, better what is structure, what is data, that also will give you clarity. See, for example, here we have some table. Suppose table name is what? Products. So in this table, we have different columns like this. Suppose column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, like this. Okay, na? So now this area is comes under structure of the table. Right, Andy? Structure of the table. See, after creating structure, what we are doing, we are going to insert data into table like this in the form of what? Rows. So this is rows. That's why we say like what is table means it is collection of columns and rows. We say like that. So this area is comes under what? Data. So this is structure of the table. This is data of the table. Structure means what? Columns. Data means what? Rows. Got my point, all of you? So maintain clarity. So now coming to next scenario. We have table here. Table contains these things. The same table we are going to copy from source to Power BI. And structure and data. Everything is going to copy from source to Power BI. So coming to Power BI environment, we call structure as metadata, rows data as physical data. Okay, Nene? So little terminology is going to change between your data source and the Power BI. So in SQL environment, we call it as structure, and coming to Power BI environment, we call it as metadata. In the same way, in SQL environment, we call it as data. Coming to Power BI environment, we call it as physical data. Right? Same concept. Concept is not going to change, but terminology is going to change. Okay, na? So this is the point. Okay, that's fine. See, next question is, so format of the data. Format of the data is clear. Table only. Table contains metadata, physical data. And one more important point. You have to concentrate on Power BI. And SQL is not so important for us. Queries part important because we are not going to develop any SQL environment, right? Just we are going to take data from SQL environment, but we are going to develop everything in Power BI environment. So concentrate on Power BI environment. And coming to next scenario, format of the data is clear. Tables format. Even terminology is also clear. Metadata, physical data, done. Right? And but what is storage mode? Where inside Power BI, where the data is going to store? Why I'm asking this question, SQL server is database. Purpose of the SQL server is data storage only, right? And purpose of the SQL server is data storage only. So no need to discuss much about that. But coming to Power BI, it is not database, right? It is data analysis and report creation tool. Some data warehouse tool. So in this data warehouse tool, where the data is going to store, that is important. That is my question. See, we have some cloud environment called as Azure. This is from Microsoft only, Microsoft cloud environment only. Azure cloud, right? Metadata is going to store in Azure SQL environment. Physical data is going to store in Azure BLOB formatted. So BLOB means Azure Data Lake. Physical data is going to store in Azure blob format. Metadata is going to store in Azure SQL format. Remember, here you'll get some doubts. So we don't know anything about Azure because we are working with Power BI development only. Do I need to learn anything about Azure also? No need, because see, storage is different. Storage purpose, separate team will be there. Azure team will be there. They're going to take care of storage. So, but you should know where the data is going to store, right? I'll give you some more information about Azure SQL and Azure Blob when we are going to work with the Power BI service environment. Okay, na? Don't worry about that. And coming to the next scenario. So data related, I mean format related, storage related, everything is clear. Now, fine. Coming to next step. Generally, you started database. I mean, Power BI development means database copy only. Without copying data, we cannot perform any operation in Power BI environment. So, Power BI development is going to start with the copy data only. No doubt. So, let's concentrate on copy data area. So how to copy data from source to Power BI? What are the different ways we have to copy data from source to Power BI environment? See, assume that there is some table products in the source end. What is the table name? Products. This table contains some columns, sales amount. Of course, we have some other columns also. I'm going to discuss some points related to sales amount from products table. That's why I mentioned that column name there. Fine. So now, okay, forget about sales amount. We'll discuss that later. We have some table products. So 10 rows of the data there in the table, I mean products table in the source. Now you are going to copy products table from source to Power BI. Okay. The different ways are import and direct query. So by using import, by using direct query, we can copy data from source to Power BI environment. Okay, now we can copy data from source to Power BI environment. Okay, fine. So what is import? Let us see. Suppose you are using import. table structure and data. Everything will be copied. Okay, Nandi? Table structure and data, everything will be copied from source to Power BI environment. That is import. See, we can use import for databases in the same way files also. Because sometimes we store data in the form of files in the source. I mean, Power BI developer, sometimes you're going to copy data from databases. Sometimes you're going to copy data from files also. Excel files, Notepad files, Word files, WordPad files. Like this, we have different types of files. Right, Annie? So whether you are going to retrieve data from databases or files, but you can use, files, you can use import. But see, if you are using import, table structure and data, everything will be copied from source to Power BI environment, and it is going to store in Power BI environment permanently. Right? Annie? That is import. Next step. For example, we are going to copy data from source to Power BI by using direct query. How we are doing this task? Direct query. Then what happens, only tables structure will be copied from source to Power BI. Data will not be copied. Data will be there in the source only. Only structure is going to copy from source to Power BI environment. Here what happens, some connection, permanent connection will be there between your Power BI and your data source, because you are using direct query. Got my point, Alf? So in this scenario, physical data we are not going to copy. We are going to copy only metadata. Only metadata, not physical data. And coming to next scenario, one more point. Direct query can be used for only databases. Right? only for databases. Direct query, you cannot use it for file. Right, Andy? So this is what the scenario. Now, okay, fine. Suppose forget about direct query for some time. Right, Andy? Forget about direct query for some time. We used import. So what happened? Table structure, data copied from source to Power BI. Fine. Okay. 10 rows there in the source table. 10 rows copied from source to Power BI environment. Right. Now you did copy. Copying data from source to Power BI is done. Okay. Now what happened? In source environment, data modified. The modified in the sense, suppose somebody inserted 10 rows. See, here the thing is, this area is done. Initially, what happened? You copied table structure and the data from source to Power BI by using import. That is done. Now somebody inserted some rows, suppose for example 10 rows. So that is latest data which is existing in the source table. Now can I copy that new modification or new data from source to Power BI or not? Why not? We can copy. So for that we have some concept called as refresh. Okay, na? Suppose you are going for refresh, you are going to refresh the scenario. Then what happens, whatever the new data, 10 rows inserted into source, modified in source, they'll be copied. Okay, na? So by using this concept, refresh concept, whatever the modifications done in the source, those modifications will be copied from source to Power BI environment. So this refresh concept is also important for us. Because generally, initially what happens, you're going to copy data from source to Power BI. After that, your source is going to modify, right? Your source is going to modify by the users. Then you have to copy those modifications from source to Power BI. For that, we are using refresh. Okay, that is fine. And so we got some idea what is refresh, why we are using refresh, and how it works. Okay, that's fine. But my question is, we discussed two different scenarios to copy data from source to Power BI. Import and direct query. Import and direct query. Can I use refresh for import and direct query or not? This is the question. import we can use refresh. The reason I'll tell. See, if you are using import, what happens, the data is going to copy from source to Power BI, right? Data is going to copy from source to Power BI if you are using import. So then if any modifications done in the source, then you have to copy them from source to Power BI. That is import. So refresh is required. Next scenario, direct query. If you are going for direct query, data will not be copied. Only structure will be copied. Then why we need to go for refresh, tell me? Got my point, all of you, right? So if data copied, then if any modifications done in the source, then you have to refresh because you have to copy those modifications from source to Power BI. There you need refresh. But now data not copies when you are working with the direct query, right? Then why you need to go for a refresh? Am I right or not? So refresh we do for import. But if you copy some table by using direct query, no need to go for refresh. Is it clear, all of you? Clear? What is the difference between import and direct query? And what is refresh concept? Clear or any questions, please? Any questions, please? Right? Okay, now? So this is required in the beginning. So the scenarios today we discussed, they are base for Power BI training. Suppose you don't know all these things directly, we are going to start working with Power BI, then there will be no use. You should know what's happening, right? So we have different
Sir,
scenarios. Yeah, tell me.
hello.
Samar.
Then what is the use of the direct query?
Direct query, actually, I wanted to explain more on direct query when we are going to do it practically, mostly tomorrow. But anyhow, you asked a question. When we are going to copy whose data, because see, sometimes tables we can expect gigabyte size of the data also, right, Samar? Okay, no?
Yes.
In that case, we use generally direct query because to avoid space issues in BI environment, Power BI environment. In the same way, from source you want to get data by writing some query based data extractions. In these scenarios, we are going to use direct query. Up to 1 GB size of the data, tables, whatever it. Generally, we go for import only. We will not go for direct query. Got my point? Clear?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right. Any questions? Anybody, please? Right. This is the way. So next step, we have to go for Power BI desktop installation and work with remaining things. Let's do one thing. I'll show how to download Power BI desktop and how to go for installation. I'm sorry. In the same way, copying data concepts. And before going to copy data from the source, we have to create some report project in Power BI. Those are all I'll discuss in tomorrow's class. Okay. I think tomorrow's class they're going to change link and contact training team. In the same way,
I have
tomorrow
a
morning.
question. Can I use?
Yeah. Tell me, Kiran.
Only we are using SQL Server only database, or some other database also possible to
See,
connect to
we
the
we can go for a lot of data sources. Once we start Power BI, I can show you. But not only SQL Server, we can work with other data sources also, other databases also. No problem, right? And
Oh, okay. Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's the point. And tomorrow morning 6, we are going to start SQL fresh batch. Power BI participants can attend if you have free time. You can attend morning 6 o'clock SQL development class also. Okay, na? Contact training team. Right, and see you tomorrow then. Bye bye. So while connecting to SQL server, this is your server name. Copy this server name. And now I'm going to open Power BI desktop environment. This is the tool we are using to interact with the Power BI environment. So we are in the beginning only, so close this window.
So actually today's session was this one, no? To how to download and install all these, correct? That is,
Yeah, that we will do. Wait, okay, na?
Yeah.
So this is the environment. This is called as Power BI desktop. So Power BI desktop, here we have different options. We are going to work with them. So this is pure development environment of Power BI. So coming to next scenario. How to get this tool? How to install this tool? Yesterday we discussed about different versions, different editions. Everything we discussed in the last session. Right. So go to Google website. Here type it as Power BI desktop download. So open this website. So this we are recording this website name here. Please check it. Okay, na? So scroll down here. Go to this. Download. Select 64-bit. Right, Annie? Go to next step. It is downloading now. Please wait. In the same way, you just download and install SQL also. Durga Sub training team will give you SQL Server installation videos. Okay, na? By following them, you can do that. Right. Open this file. Wait, it will open. Why it is taking time here?
Sir,
Yeah.
yeah. So for the SQL Server, what is the timing for this batch actually?
What is the
For the SQL Server, so what
class?
is the timing? Yeah.
4 p.m. now. After some time, new
So,
batch will start again.
okay, okay. So we have to come to the new batch only, correct?
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, because I joined today, so it is already many courses over. I think we are doing the join thing, correct? So, so wanted the new batch.
Okay, okay, no problem. Right. Why it's not opening? Wait, I'll do it again now. Let's go to
Sure.
so downloaded, right? Go to downloads. Right. I think there is some issue, it seems, with this file we downloaded. Retry is also not working. Let's do one thing. I'll download it again and I'll show you. Okay. But we'll do later. Now, it's simple to install. You go to this environment. So in this environment only, we are going to perform development activities, right? So coming to next scenario. Right side, you can see fields. Under fields only, we can work with metadata. We can see metadata. For example, you connected to source and you copied some tables from this source, right? And you connected to some source and you copied data from some source. So metadata you can see here for that table. Metadata means what? Table names, column names we discussed in the last session, right? Table names, column names comes here. If you come to left side, you can see report view, data view, and model view. Data will come here, right? And coming to next scenario. In this area, you can create different types of reports. Now here you can see visualizations. These are the different types of visualizations we are using for creating this report project. So different types of visualizations available as per your requirement, right? You can work with this. And coming to next scenario. Now, here you can see get data window. If you go to get data window, you can see different data sources. So by connecting to these data sources only, we can copy data. In the same way, before going to copy data from this source, we have to can you hear me now? All of you can hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear.
Right. Before going to copy data from this source, to create a report project. So for that, go to File, Save As. Provide some project name. You just take some location and provide some project name. Suppose I'm giving project name as 5 p.m. How this file is going to store with .pbix extension. What is the extension of this file is going to get? .pbix is the extension, Power BI file, PBI means. Right, and you just can save button. This project save. Created here now. Okay. So coming to next scenario. In this project only, we are going to perform different types of activities. So if you want to perform any task in this, go to get data window, source now SQL Server in provide a source database name, provide source, server name, database name. So while connecting to SQL Server Management Studio, I copied this server name, and this here we have database name also. Right, and click on OK button. So these are the tables existing in the source. Suppose I'm going to copy EMP table, department 1 tables, load. How we copy? We are copying now import. What is the other way to copy data? Direct query. Right, and you go to suppose employee table, expand it. See, that is the metadata. Okay, no? So metadata. Metadata means what? Structure. Table structure. Where can I see the data? Physical data. Rows. Left side you can see data view. I clicked on employee table, see that it is showing physical data. Right, and metadata, physical data. So metadata means what? Structure. Physical data means rows. So it is showing clearly. And you place mouse here. It is clearly showing how this table copied import. By using import only, this table copied. Right, and So the other way to copy data from this source is direct query. Go to SQL Server source again. Here we have to provide server name and provide database name also. Direct query this time I'm using. Previously we worked with import, now we are working with the direct query. Expand it, here you can write query. Select statement. Suppose I'm writing basic select statement only. Select star from EMP. So that is retrieving data from EMP table. So I'm going to retrieve data from EMP table. By using it only, I'm going to copy data. So I mean, whether data copies or not, let us see now. So click on OK button. So this is the data coming from the source. Load. So now we are getting this table name as query 1. We can rename it, no problem. Okay, now? Right. Let's complete this copy. Okay. So data copied. You just double click on this table name, query 1 table name, and you can rename it like this. For example, I'm going to rename it as employee 1. Expand it. See, you can see structure. Right? You can see the structure. Copied from the source by using direct query. Finally, what about data? Please check it here. See that data is not there. It is not showing data. Even there is some message also. Check it. Right. Got my point? So clear scenarios here we have examples, practical examples we have, like what is the difference between what is the difference between import and direct query? You can see directly. In the
So
same
then
way,
what is the use of the direct query then?
direct query data will be there in the source only structure copied, right?
Yes.
Why we are using direct query means storage. Generally up to 1 GB size of the data, we are going to use import. If size is more than that, we are going to work with the direct query because of size, data size, space issues. Right? And is it clear,
Yes.
Samarth?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
coming to next scenario. Let's go and copy data from other data sources. Just SQL Server, we copied data now. Not only SQL Server, we have other data sources also. Now let's copy data from other sources. Let's go to Excel files. And let us see how to copy data from Excel file. Right. So go to get data, select Excel source. So here we have some file, Excel file. Before going to copy data, I'll just open this file. This is basically file system. How data stored in this file system? In the form of sheets, order sheet, return sheet, user sheet. But coming to our environment, Power BI, again data is going to store in the form of table only. The only way we can store data in SQL or in Power BI environment is table, and there is no other facility. So we have to create table. After creating table only, we can store data. Right. So now let's click on open button because we are going to copy data from this. Right. Select like this and load. So whatever the sheets existing there, I'm going to copy every sheet. See this. Like this. Okay, now? But see, while copying data from this file, it was not asking for anything like what we call like import or direct query. Not asked. So now my question is how you copy it? By using import or direct query, how you copied it? That's what the question now. You just place mouse here. How it is copied?
Import.
Import only. That means direct query works for only databases. We cannot use direct query for file system. So that is what the scenario. Okay, now. So coming to next step, how to copy data from text files. Text file means what? .txt. So let's go to get data window. Text file. So here is the file csvmp. Right click and open. So on top you can see column names. Under column names we have data. Please check it. Right, Andy? So now I'm going to copy data. Open. Load. Copy it, Andy. Please check it. From where we copied this? Now we copied it from file system. What type of file? Text file. Okay. Now? So if you place mouse here, what it is showing import. By using import only, it is copied. So this is the way. Okay. So file system, how we are going to copy data? By using import only. Coming to databases, we can use import and direct query also. Right? You can go to import data and direct query when you are copying data from the databases. So now, even see, after copying data, if you place mouse here, clearly it is shown how it is copied. Right, and so this is overall scenario. Of course, still we have to copy data from some more scenarios, but you have to practice these things. And in the same way, we have to go for SQL installations also. Then I will share you these files. So whatever the files we have, I used now copying data, right? Different files I used now. Even I'm going to share you those files. So by using those files, you can copy data, right? So Vaibhav, you're actually enrolled for 7 p.m. class, right? 7 p.m. Vaibhav is there. 7 p.m. or
Yes.
7 a.m.
Yeah,
In what
7
work?
a.m. But no, but I have a office timing at 7 a.m. So I'm not able to join properly the class at 7 a.m. So I want to switch it to 5 p.m.
5 p.m. What about 7 p.m.? 7 p.m. works for you?
7 p.m. in the evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is also fine.
Sorry. Okay. Right now, bro. Right. Let's do one thing. Let's work with these scenarios in tomorrow's class. Okay. Right.
Okay, sir.
Okay. And one more request to all of you. Some of your numbers are not working. Better you please contact training team. Here I'm typing my mail ID. If you really wants to continue this training, enroll with them, because the problem is you're not getting access to videos or anything, right?
Yes.
So wait, I'm giving you a number here. 720 721 2427. This is the number 720 721 2427. That is the number. Please copy that number and contact training team, because they're going to share videos, everything to participants and materials, and these files also, practical files also, and even practice databases also they are going to share. Okay, na? Right. Okay then. Bye.
Okay. Bye, sir.
Bye. Let's connect it to project. So this is the project we created yesterday.
Yes.
So in this project, we copied data from different tables. And today we are going to work with this concept, enter data concept. So enter data means like this, directly you can go for input data. Suppose ID, e-name, salary, like this. Okay, now suppose employee 2 is the table name. So we are not copying data from any source. Directly we are creating table here only, and we are going for data rate. See this. So if you want to check the data, what to do? Go to data view, left side. See this. Okay, now. So in the same way, we can also copy data from SQL. I mean, direct copy paste kind of. You select database here. Select star from EMP. See this. This is the table we have. You click on this corner and right click, copy data. Okay, now you can go to this environment. Here, go to home tab, enter data. Right click and paste. Table created. Okay, now even like this also we can do this scenario. Right, and so find out the difference, what we are doing here and how we are copying data from different sources to Power BI environment. Okay. So this is the way like how we copy from different sources to Power BI. In the same way, now we have to discuss about refresh concept. So how to work with the refresh? See this, you go to department 1 table. We copied this table by using import. See, if you place mouse here, you can see import concept. Right? And so now I'm going to modify something in the source. Suppose select star from department 1 table, no data. I'm going to insert data into department 1 table. 10 computer science. Hyderabad. So this row inserted into table. That means table modified in the source, right? Andy? Okay, now please check. So now this modification copied from source to Power BI. Or change the tables and check it. Modification not copied. And so now I want to copy this modification from source to Power BI. What to do? That's my point, right? Here we have refresh button only. Just click on refresh. See, refresh is used to copy data from source to Power BI. Refresh we use it only for what? Import. Direct query, no need to use import. Let's finish it. See this, copied or not? Right, and modification copy. That is refresh option. So these are the ways, different ways to copy data from different data sources to Power BI. In the same way, how to copy modifications from source to Power BI. These are all different things. And coming to next scenario. After finishing copy data, we are going to work with transformations. how to transform data. Let's go to this window, transform data window. Right, and this is Power Query Editor window. Left side you can see queries. Queries means tables. In Power Query Editor we call tables as queries. Coming to right side you can see applied steps. So you are going to perform transformations means you are going to perform some scenarios. So it shows there whatever the scenarios you performed. So generally we are going to save them. So you can see save button or you can also use Control S. But sometimes what happens, we can cancel. Okay. We can cancel. And coming to next scenario, let's start with, and here in this training, I'm not going to save the steps. I'm going to perform this step and then I'm going to cancel. But in real time, we are not going to cancel. Every step maximum we are going to save. Okay, now practice purpose, I'm going to. So here we have right click, just take right click on query, table. You can see properties, copy, paste, delete, rename. So these are common scenario, just leave it. But here we have enable loaded. Those things also I'm going to work. I'm not skipping anything. Okay, right. So we'll read that message. So disable means this table cannot be used in report creation. Suppose there is some table, you don't want to use the table in the report creation, you can disable like this. But my question is different. I'm not going to disable because I'm going to use this table, I think. But now my question is different. My question is, if you don't want to use the table, why you are copying the table? You just stop copying table, right? And that's my point, right? But see, sometimes what happens, I told you in the beginning, we are going to create relationships between tables. right? And so some scenarios, what happens, you copied some tables from source to Power BI. You want to create relationships between tables. But you're not going to use that table in the report creation. There we are going to disable like this. Otherwise, we are not going to disable. Okay, na? Right. Coming to next step, see. If you unselect it, what happens, this table will not be included in refresh. You just unselect it and click on refresh button. Then this table will not be refreshed. Right? And so next, duplicate. Just creating duplicate table. You're working with some table, you can create duplicate. See, this duplicate table is created. Now I will show how to delete it. See. Okay. Now. So coming to next scenario, here also we have some other scenarios which we are going to discuss in the coming sessions. But now let's go to this advanced editor. See that this advanced editor is showing source details. Please check it. What is our source server name? What is our source database name? It is showing clearly. This is what the scenario. In the same way, go to properties window. What it is showing, again same scenario it is showing. Properties window also showing same enable, load, refresh. So these things only it is showing. Okay. Na? So this is what the scenario. Hello. Right. So these are the properties we have for our queries. After that, here we have different columns: employee number, employee name, hire date. Okay, now. So open this employee number drop down, because employee number is number family. You can see some scenarios here. Data selection 7369 or 77886. I mean, you can select required data. See, it was showing step, but I cancelled that step. Okay, now. Next, ascending order, descending order. So what happens? Sort. Next step, remove empty. Empty means what? Null values. Suppose your column contains null values, you want to remove them, then we use it. For example, we don't have any null value in employee number column. You just go to commission column. Of course, commission is also number family only, right? In commission column, we have null values. See this. So remove empty. See that what happened based on null value, that row, whatever the null valued row is there, that deleted. I mean, those rows deleted. Please check it. So next, go to number filters. Number filters means operators. We use different types of operators in these number filters. For example, employee number means number family column, right? And what is the column we are using now? Employee number column we are using. Employee number is number family, right? Suppose employee number equal to 7369. In the same way, suppose equals to 7788. Different employee numbers I'm using. But here important thing is There are some operators and operator or operator. When we use and or operators, what is the difference between and or operators? See, we use and or operators when we are working with multiple conditions in the query. Okay. Coming to next scenario. And operator means every condition must be satisfied. Suppose you have different conditions there. Please check it. Right, and you have different conditions there. Please check. And you separated them by using and operator, right? And that means every condition must be satisfied. Or operator means if any condition satisfied, then you can complete the task. Now it is not going to complete because I'm using and operator. See that no data is coming. No data is extracted. Let's do one thing. Here you can see the step applied. You open this step like this. Go for R operator. See this, now it is working. Got my point? So when we are working with multiple conditions in the same scenario, we use and or operators. And operator means every condition must be satisfied. Or operator means if any condition satisfied, so that you can extract that. That's what happened now. We have seen practically also, right, Andy? So I'm going to cancel this step. But remember, in real time, we are not going to cancel this step. Okay, now? So next scenario, you go to character.
So I have one doubt.
Tell me.
Okay. So in the AND operator, so The both the condition what you gave, that 7369 and 7788. So that both were matching. Then it should pull the data also.
Not matching, and means it must be there in the same column, same value, single attempt, but they are not single attempt, right? They are different department numbers, right? Okay, na?
Okay.
Got my point? But when you are using R operator, it is working, right?
Yes.
That's the
Yes.
reason. Okay, na?
Yeah, got it.
Right.
Thank you.
Coming to next scenario. Ename call. Ename means what? Character data. In Power BI, we call it as text data. Open this drop down window. See that same, everything same. Everything same. Please check. But you go to this area, changed. Because based on data type, what's happening here? Filters are going to change. I mean, changed already. We can see here now. So begins with, suppose ename begins with yes and suppose contains P. See this and operator I'm using. So means every condition satisfied there. Started with yes, contains T. Please check it. Right hand. Open this filter. Go for R operator. Now you can see more. See. That is what the scenario. Okay, no? And in the same way, higher date time data. Because see here we are working with different types of data. Right now it is date time. Everything is same, but filters changed. Only year, only quarter. Suppose quarter one related data. How many quarters there per year? Any idea, please? Anybody? How many quarters per year? 4 quarters.
4 quarters.
In the same way, cancel this step and go to month. Suppose I need only June month data. Please check it. So month, week, everything based on what? Date time. So these are the scenarios. In the same way, you can see your column names and these are row numbers. What are these things? Row numbers. Remember this point also. Okay. Na? So based on column name, based on row number, also we are going to perform some transformations that we will see in tomorrow's class. Practice these things for today. And coming to next scenario, some are And Ashish, you connect to 7 a.m. class, tomorrow morning 7 o'clock class. You don't need to
Yes, sir.
connect to 5 p.m. Okay, no? And we
Okay.
will
Yes,
give
sir.
you access to 7 a.m. class recordings also. I think this guy already got access, Ashish. Summary
Yes,
you'll
sir.
get it.
Sorry guys, I was a little bit late. Actually, just now the previous class has been got completed. I can see some more people has been joined, guys, actually. So just let me tell you guys, let me just give me a 2 minutes of time. Let me check like who has been the new participants. Like I think so many people are there actually, guys. Manohar, yeah. Sakshi, just give me a minute. Sonam, yeah, Uday, right. Okay, guys. So guys, I can see some more people has been joined as a today's class. Today, I think you have been joined as a demo class actually, guys. But let me tell you what has been happened, guys. So in the last week only, we have been started this session. Last week means it is almost all 2 weeks actually, guys. 1 week is just a demo sessions actually, guys. So it is hardly 2 weeks it has been got happened. Just we have been started with some first week we have been taken a demo session actually. Demo means like what is data science, what is machine learning. These are the some of the things what I have been got discussed about that. So that has been happened for 1 week. 1 week means it is not too much time actually, guys. Just hardly 45 minutes, 50 minutes class only. I can see that actually we have been taken. So in second week, I have been started with the basics of Python. We have been got started actually, guys. So this has been happened for some another 1 week. It has been got happened. But I can see some more guys has been joined now. So don't worry, guys. I'm going to take some backup session actually. So I think I can see somewhere around 7 to 8 people has been joined for the today's class. I can see your names, like some names I can see who has been joined for the today's class. Somebody has been joined in the previous sessions only, but a very few people, 7 or 8 people has been already joined. They have been already registered for the course. I can see another 7 to 8 people. I can see it actually, guys. So don't worry, guys, because I thought that maybe 1 or 2 people may join, but I have seen a little bit more people has been joined. So don't worry, guys, who has been joined for the today's class. So don't worry about that, because I didn't expected that this many guys will join. I expected that there may be some regular students. There are 7 or 8 students has been already registered. I expected that maybe somewhere around 3 to 4 people, but I can see somewhere around more than 8 people, 8 participants are there who has been joined for the today's class. So I'll do one thing, guys. Don't worry about that, because what has been happened, don't worry about that. It's only basic things. If you are already having some core concepts of Python, it's a very simple topics only, which you can understand them. Don't worry, I'm going to take the backup sessions, guys. If you really feel that there is, actually I can give you recorded sessions actually. So I can take some kind of a backup sessions, I can take it actually, but just give me 1 or 2 days of time. I'll arrange the backup sessions actually, guys. Okay, so don't worry about the completed classes, what has been already done. It's only basics and only some part of introduction only we have been got started. So in first week, only thing is like what is data science, like what is machine learning, what we can do it in machine learning. It's only just an introduction part. Actually, actual discussions will be there and actual explanations will be there whenever we start with our regular classes of machine learning. So that you can just go through the recorded videos and you can go through them. And coming to the Python also, guys, we are still in the basic concepts only. So don't worry, within just 2 or 3 classes, hardly whatever the basics I have been got discussed is hardly 3-4 days concepts only, guys, not more than that. So what is my suggestion for the guys who has been joined for the today's classes? Again, I cannot start from the introduction part in the today's class because I don't have a plan. I don't have a plan. I will arrange the backup sessions, guys. So whatever the classes you have been got missed, I'm going to discuss as part of that particular backup session, guys. Okay, I'll plan it. I am going to plan those particular sessions and my team will intimate you about those particular sessions. Maybe by the end of the week or maybe some Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Even I'll take a Sunday session and I'll take some kind of a backups and I'm going to make you understand whatever the missing classes are there. So we have not yet started with any machine learning concept. We didn't started anything about data science classes actually, guys. Actual classes, we have been not started about that. So don't worry about the classes. I just started with some introduction part of the data science, and we have started with the 1 week of Python classes only we have been got discussed. Yeah, I'll add them. We'll know everybody's going to know about that. We'll have all that information. I'm going to do that actually, guys. Okay, fine. So don't worry about that. No. It's no worries. Don't worry about this, guys. My backend team will have all your details and they will take care about that. Okay, I'll add up everything in the backup session who has been, everything will share it with you. Okay, fine, guys. Fine. So we expected actually, guys, initially only we have some around 30 registrations are there, but very few guys are start joined for the last class. And basically this session 9:30 to 10:30, we have been planned targeted audience are going to be employees, because so many people are asking for the late night batches. We have been scheduled this actually, guys. Maybe I don't know what is the reason. It may be a short intimation or something like that. Very few guys has been joined, and we expected that more people will be joining as part of the registration. But I can see, but today we have a good number actually, guys. So 20 people, I think 20 participants are there now, including me and my backend team. It is 17 candidates will be there. Sufficient, guys. 20, 21, 22, 25 people will be there. So don't worry about the data science classes, guys, because everybody is having an interest, like we don't want to study with the Python. So what we are going to learn as part of the data science? What are the techniques? What are the technologies we are going to learn? I'll arrange a backup session, guys. Don't worry. Just give me 1 or 2 days of time. I'll take a backup session. So today, don't worry. Even if you are not familiar with the concepts, whatever I'm talking today, don't worry about that. Just go through the class. It is only just like a why basically the demonstration is required, guys. Like to know what is our plan, like what is our schedules, like how we are planning the schedules, or how my lectures are there. Is I'm teaching in a proper way or not? So how is my explanations? Can you catch up my accent or not? So to get some idea about that, we'll attend the demo classes, right? So after that, you will plan it, whether you want to join my class or some other X batch or Y batch you want to join it actually. So I cannot directly start with the today's. I don't have any plan for that actually. Let us happen today and tomorrow. We'll just plan for the, as usually with the Python classes, guys. Maybe today, tomorrow, and after tomorrow, as of my plan, if the same numbers are there, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll cover them. And I'll break the batch, and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I'll take the backup sessions. I'll cover all the things actually, guys. Okay. And being it is already a late night batch, I cannot extend the batch more and more. That is one of the reason. But we'll try to just make up the backup sessions so that everybody will be on the same page. But today, everybody is not on the same page. Some of them are in advanced level. Some of them are going to be in the beginning levels actually. If you're already having the concepts of Python, guys, you can handle that. We can just understand the concept, what I'm talking about. Okay. So guys, don't worry who has been joined for the today's class. So please give me just 1 or 2 days of time, because the batch was already started. You may be having a little bit lagging is there for you. So don't worry, I'll take up the backup sessions and cover all that particular, whatever the missing topics are there, guys. Okay. I'll give you 5-10 minutes time. I'll give you guys at the end of the class so that we can have some discussions. We'll have a discussions, guys. Okay. Right, guys. Hope all of you understood what I have been explained, guys. Fine, guys. So you can use a chat panel, guys. Try to answer it. Just try to make it interactive. Just answer it as yes or no, so that I can know like what you are feeling regarding my discussions actually. Okay. So shall I continue, guys? Shall I continue with the regular class, guys? Right. I'll continue with the regular class, guys. Maybe some of you will already have an ideas about that. If you're already having a Python, you don't find any difficulties. Okay, fine. So guys, we have been started with, currently our discussion is on a Python concept, which is going to be in Python. We have something called as n sequences actually, guys. Normally, if you have an idea about a programming languages, so it's not a Python class actually, guys. We are learning Python for implementation of the data science concepts. So some little bit core Python is required, guys. 2 weeks Python is going to be required. The 2 weeks Python is only what I'm trying to discuss it here actually, guys. Okay. So in Python, we have some concept called as n sequences actually, guys. Some kind of a data structures, which are basically to store multiple values actually. Like we have something called as a list. we are having something like a tuples, we have a set objects, and we are having something called as a dictionary objects actually, guys. These are the 4 basic data structures which we use it in Python. Currently, we have started with the list concept actually, guys. What is a list actually? A list is going to be nothing but it is a collection of some which is going to be some kind of an heterogeneous elements actually. It is not just a single value actually, guys. It can store multiple elements. Those elements can be, it can be of a different data types, heterogeneous. How do you create a list actually, guys? List is created just by enclosing within a square brackets. Like in other languages, you need not to write something like list, integer, float, okay, string. We need not to write it actually, guys. Simply, we are going to put some kind of a square brackets actually. Yeah, I'll discussing it actually, guys. Nice. Just I'm giving some idea about what has been happened actually. So list is going to be nothing but a collection of some heterogeneous elements what we are going to be having actually, guys. An integer, and we have a float, we can have a string, we can have a bool, etc., etc. We can have it actually, guys. So this is how do you create a list. To manage this list actually, to manage the list, what is meaning of managing of list actually, guys? We can add some elements, we can remove the elements, we can modify the elements. So we have to require some kind of a methods that are required actually, guys. So very simple, guys. I have discussed only 4 methods as of now. I discussed only 4 methods actually, guys. So if you are already having an idea about object oriented, guys, well and good. Who has already having the idea about object oriented? Even if you do not have any idea, just understand them. I'm going to discuss about those particular applications later actually, guys. So I have been discussed about what is a method actually, guys. Method is nothing but just a function which is used to do some management or a manipulation with that list actually, guys. So for example, if X is a nothing but a list, so this is going to be nothing but a list actually, guys. I'm going to use a method associated with the list actually, which is going to be nothing but I can say X dot clear actually, guys. What is this clear is going to do? It is going to clear all the elements from the list actually, guys. There are going to be clearing all the elements from the list. Total. The total list is going to be gets cleared actually, guys. That is nothing but what we call it as a clear method. And apart from that, I have been discussed about a method called as a count. You have to give some input value. Whatever the value we have been given, it will gives you the count, the occurrence. How many times that particular value has been got occurrence actually, guys. The occurrence of the value in the list. So at least I'll expect, guys, like who has been joining for the data science, at least they will have some basic knowledge of programming concept. So at least I expect that at least we have some minimal knowledge of programming, so that it's a person who is completely without having any knowledge of computers, they don't prefer to learn a data science actually, because data science is completely a little bit higher level concepts actually. Same as it is, I have been told about a method called as a pop method actually, guys. Pop is going to be nothing but what it is going to do is it is going to remove the element at the given index. Normally, like other languages, index starts from 0 to n, from the left to right. Don't worry, guys. It is also from right to left also we can talk about them. Don't worry about that. Right to left index also we can define it actually, guys. It is indexed base. It is going to remove the element actually, guys. It removes the element at the given index actually. At the given index, it is going to remove the element actually, guys. And then we have been discussed about X dot remove. I'll just show you once quickly. I'll show you guys. After that, you can understand the things. It is going to be value based. Removes the given value actually, guys. Given value from that particular list. If the value is available from the multiple, it's going to be available for multiple times. Only the first occurrence will be removed actually, guys. For example, if I have X is equivalent to, we have 20, we have a 10, we have a 20, again a 10, again a 20, again a 10, some 30, 40, we have it actually. If I said remove 10, only this 10 will be removed, but not all the 10s. Only the first occurrence will be removed actually, guys. We are completely in the beginning concepts only, guys. I didn't started with any complicated work actually. We didn't started with any main work also. Okay. So this is a very simple installation, guys. Installation of Python is not a complicated one. So this is going to be a simple installation of Python installation. I'll show you later. the backup sessions. I'll arrange the backup sessions and I will explain it actually, guys. I'll arrange the backup session, guys, as soon as possible. Don't worry about that. Okay, so fine. So this is going to be what I'm going to call it as an ideal actually, guys. I'll tell you about more about the ideal, which comes along with the Python installation only, which I have done the Python installation. Along with the Python installation only, I have got this particular ideal actually, guys. You can see a prompt like this actually, guys. We can see a prompt like this actually, guys. See guys, how I'm creating. X is equivalent to nothing but 10, which is a true. I said which is an hello, and which is going to be something like an 20.45 actually, guys. It's a list actually, guys. I'll tell you all the things, guys. Don't worry. Just it's very simple topics only, guys. I didn't started with any complicated topics actually. So in other programming languages, we don't require any declaration part in Python because Python is a dynamically typed language, guys. Like other programming languages, you don't declare. In other languages, we'll declare it, no, guys. Like which is going to be something like an it's an integer, it's a float, it is going to be a bool. We'll do it, no, guys. In Python, we don't do it actually, guys. I'll tell you, guys. It's one of the feature of Python, which is going to be what we are going to call it as an. It's a Python is going to be a dynamically typed language actually, guys. Python is a dynamically typed language, which is going to be nothing but no declaration is required. No declaration is required actually, guys. Like other languages, even I can work with integers, I can work with strings, I can work with bools, I can work with actually, guys. X is equal to, I said hello. X is equivalent to hello actually, guys. If I said what is going to be type of the A, type is the function, which will tell you like what type of data type it is going to be there. Got the point, guys. So here you can also ask what is the length also. If I say length of the A, it will tell you like how many characters are there. Hello is a collection of characters. String is a collection of characters. Length of X, we can say it actually, guys. It is 4. So if I want, I can print the value of X actually, guys. Don't expect that like a programming language, we do it actually, guys. Not like a programming language. So don't expect like C, C++, Java. We are going to write a .c file, save the file, main method, compile the program, save the file, run the program. We don't do it actually, guys. Simply, it is going to be X and print X actually over. You can see it actually, guys. So if you want to remove the elements, let me count it actually, guys. How many times 10 was there? You can see the count actually, guys. It was there for 1 time. X dot count of 100, it is going to be there for 0 times. These are methods actually, guys. These are what we call it as methods. So the guys who are already having the idea about object oriented, they may know about this. Even if you do not have the idea, don't worry, guys. I'll explain. I'll take a backup session. I'll complete of that. X dot count of 100 actually, guys. 100 is not there. So we can see the 0 value. I want to remove the elements actually, guys. X dot pop. Pop is basically based on the index based removing actually, guys. Index based means which one? 0, 1, 2, 3. Like this, we can specify that. 0, 1, 2, 3. Even we can write in reverse order actually, guys. This is -1, -2, -3, -4. It is from left to right, right to left index is there. If I said X dot pop of 2 actually, guys, the second element will be removed. Second index 0, 1, 2. Hello will be removed actually, guys. It will tell you like what value has been removed also, it is going to tell you. Don't think that it is only returning the data actually, guys. That particular 22, the element at 2 has been removed and written the value actually. So now if you can see X, you don't see the hello actually, guys. Previously, the length of the X is going to be 4. But now I can say length of the X is equal to 3 actually, guys. Why? Because you can see one element has been got removed. So pop is basically on the index. If I don't specify which value we have to remove, it automatically removes the last element actually, guys. It automatically removes the last element. X dot pop. It removes the last element actually. That is going to be what we are talking about, the pop method. Once again, I'll create it. 10, 20, 10, which is 30, 20, again at 10, 20, again at 20, 30, whatever you want, we can give it actually. No worries. Now I can say X dot, which is going to be remove. Remove is not based on the index, guys. It is completely based on the value. If I say remove of 1, you will get an error actually. Why? Because 1 was not in the list. Index pop will can do that actually, but remove can't do that because remove is value based actually, guys. X dot, I said remove of, which is going to be 10. Only the first occurrence of the value will be removed. It won't remove all the 10s. 1, 2, 3 tens are there. So out of the 3 tens, 1 10 has been got removed. Now, if you want, you can count it actually, guys. X dot count of 10, we can see the result is going to be 2 is the result, what we can see it actually. Okay. So something like that, we can see that. So these are the 4 methods I have been got discussed. Actually, on Saturday, very few guys has been joined. Only 3 people has been joined. And what I thought is it may be an important class. So I didn't take in the class on the Saturday. I canceled the session. But for next week, I don't do it actually, guys. Actually, some of the guys said that, sir, let us give the recording session for them. But I have been excused actually because it's an introduction classes, no? Beginning classes, if you miss the classes, you may not understand the topic. That's why this week I have been given the excuse, guys. From next week, even if the number of attendance is going to be very low, also we'll take up the class, and those recordings we can take it and we can understand the recordings actually. So on Saturday we didn't take in the class due to some less participations are there. So today we'll continue with the same class actually, guys. So totally how many methods we have been got discussed, guys? We have been learned about 4 methods. One is going to be nothing but I discussed about a clear. The second one is going to be nothing but we discussed about a count, and we discussed about a pop method, and we have been discussed about a remove method actually. Clear, pop, and remove, almost all the 3 are using for the same purpose actually. We are used it for removing the element from the list. Clear will remove all the elements. Pop is going to remove at the given index. Pop will remove the element from the given index. Remove is going to be removes the first occurrence of the given value. Count is not doing any removing or adding. It is going to be completely only for counting actually, guys. So today I'll tell you about another 3 more methods. Actually, totally 11 methods are there actually, guys. List is associated with 11 methods, as I told you, except copy. Copy I'm not going to discuss now. Copy is a method. You need not to, I told you, nothing to hide from you guys. I can't hide anything from you guys because you can see it actually, guys. Can you see X dot? When I said X dot, automatically all of them will pop up actually, guys. All of them will automatically pop ups. I don't do anything actually, guys. If you want, I can zoom in. I can show you actually, guys. So there is an append method is there. Actually, I discussed only clear. Copy, I said that I don't discuss it now. I'm not going to discuss it now. Count, I have been got discussed. Pop, remove, I have been got discussed actually, guys. Totally, there are 11 methods are there. There is a one more is there actually, guys. Sort is there at the bottom. We have to scroll it down. We have to scroll it down. You can see a sort at the bottom. Totally, if you count it, guys, 11 methods will be there actually. I don't discuss the copy because copy cannot understand now itself. So remaining out of that particular remaining 10, we already covered 4. Still, we have a 6 methods are there. Slowly, I'll discuss it, guys. Now I'm going to discuss about another 3 more methods actually, guys. One is going to be append. The other one is going to be a method called as an extend. And one more is going to be what we call it as insert, guys. Totally, there are 3 methods are there. They are a little bit similar. That means they are not exactly the same, guys. They are little bit same concept. The same concept will be there. Basically, these 3 methods are basically to add the elements actually, guys. Clear, pop, and remove. What they will do, guys? They will remove the elements. They are going to remove the elements actually, guys. Whereas this append, extend, and insert, basically they are used to remove the elements actually, guys. They are going to be basically used to remove the append, extend, and insert. Basically, they are used to add the elements actually, guys. They are basically used to add the elements. So all the 3 will do the same thing, but it's a slightly difference it is going to do actually, guys. So guys who has been joined for the today's class, hope you can able to follow it actually. Even you have not joined from the beginning, they are very simple. I created a list. Now what I did is I removed the element from the list. Now I'm going to be discussing about how to add the elements to the list actually, guys. The names are very easy. Append, extend, insert. Almost all the 3 are telling the same thing. Append. You can append the elements. Extend. We are extending you are extending the list actually, guys, by adding some elements actually. And we are inserting the elements actually. Then what is the difference between all these 3 actually, guys? Let me explain you. Append is going to be, because we are still in the beginning, guys, some of the points may not be gets connected to you. it will take some time. Slowly, step by step, I'll explain it actually, guys. Slowly, step by step, I'll explain it. Not at the same time. We cannot understand it actually, guys. Okay. Simple to understand. Append is going to be nothing but easy to understand it actually, guys. Append is going to be takes an input as an element. What is that append will do actually, guys? Just it is going to append the element. It is going to append the element to the end of the list actually, guys. To the end of the list actually. It is going to be appends that particular element to the end of the list. If list is already having 5 elements, the new element will be appended only at the 6th. You know, already know what is append mode actually, guys. You cannot add wherever you want to add it. We cannot add wherever you want to add it actually, guys. It will be added only at the end of the existing elements only. It will be added. And one more important thing I told you guys. Most of the methods won't return anything. Like for example, talk about a clear method, guys. When you said clear, it won't return any output. Whether it is cleared, whether it is not cleared, it won't return anything to you. If you want to verify whether it is cleared or not, we have to go to the list and we have to verify that. Then only we'll come to know that, okay, these elements has been got cleared from the list. Count is going to return an element actually, guys. Count is going to return an element to you. Yeah, I'll explain it then. Okay, fine. I'll explain it. So the pop and remove is going to be nothing but, if you don't mind, who is that participant name? Right, Mrudula, right? Just give me a second. Yes, I think Mrudula, right? Yeah, Mrudula, do you have the idea about the basics of Python? Do you know about the list? You have the list. Okay. So do you know the indexes? So see, simple example. It is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Okay. So you know the indexes, no? This is 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 is the indexes actually. Okay. Pop is a method which is basically used to remove the element based on the index. So if I say pop 2, it will remove this 30 and it is going to return. So it will return 30 as an output to you. It's not giving the element, guys. It is removing and returning the values. So 30 will be popped out. It will be sent out. So pop is basically used to remove based on the index. Remove is nothing but, I cannot say remove is completely based on the value. If I say remove 2, it won't remove actually, guys. Remove 40, then 40 is going to be removed from that particular list actually. Indexed based and value based. Yes, it's a base. Remove is based on the value based. It's a value based. Whatever the value we have been given, the value will be removed. So your question is like, if 40 is there for multiple times, then what will happen actually? Only the first occurrence of 40 will be removed, but not all the 40s. Got it? Right? Fine. Okay. Thank you. Fine. Thank you, guys. So that is about the pop and the remove method. Okay. Appends the element to the end of the list. And coming to the returning value, count will return some value to you guys. I'll conclude all the topics, guys. I'll conclude all the topics actually. Count will return. Pop also returns actually, guys. Pop also will return you the value. Which value it has been got removed, it will return it actually, guys. But clear and remove won't return anything to you. Not only the clear and remove, guys, even append also won't return anything, guys. No return. Extend won't return. Insert won't return. Sort won't return. Most of the methods, they don't return anything, guys. If you want to really know whether that action has been taken place or not, you ask it for appending. You ask it to append some element. So the element is appended, but it won't tell you any information. I appended, I didn't appended, it's an error, nothing it is going to tell you. If there is any problem, it will tell you that there is a problem is there. But in the case, if there is no problem, it simply sits silently, guys. The method will sit silently. They don't intimate anything to you. So I have been done, I didn't done anything. It won't tell you anything. If you want to really check out whether that action was done or not, you have to go to the list and we have to verify it actually. Yes, this is appended. This is not appended. Something like this actually, guys. So very simple technique actually, guys. Take some list actually, guys. I said X is equivalent to nothing but I said some elements. So easy to understand. I'm taking a sequence of elements, guys. Apart from that, nothing is there. So what is the length of the X? What is the type of the X? Length is 5 and type is going to be X, which is going to be class list, which is going to be nothing but it's a class list actually, guys. Now I'm appending actually, guys. X dot append. Everything is documented actually, guys. Everything is documented. See, guys, it is automatically showing you like which is going to be object. Append the object to the end of the list. If I said 60 actually, guys, it is automatically appended the 60. But see, don't expect that, sir, we'll get the string as the list as an output with that particular appended 60. No, it won't give any output, guys. If you see the output, you can see the result actually. Then only you can see the result actually, guys. It won't return anything, whether I appended, I didn't appended, nothing it will tell you. In some situations, we don't know whether it is done or not done. So we have to verify it. Really, it has been got done or not. See the difference. But type won't changes actually, guys. Type of the X is going to be still a list only. What is the length also is going to be nothing but it is going to be 6. Very clear, guys. Earlier it was 5 and now it is going to be nothing but it is going to be 6 actually, guys. That is what we can see as of this particular difference. We can find it. Got the point, guys? So it will always append only at the end of the list. You cannot append wherever you want to append it actually, guys. Sir, I want to append it to the first index, or if I want to append at the second index, that is not possible. That is not possible actually, as by using append method. If you want to do that, we have another technique is there. Again, I'm going to do the same thing actually, guys. Let us say which is going to be X dot append of, I said 70 actually, where it is appended. Don't think that it will append always alphabetically, guys. No alphabetical order it will append actually. Or it is not only in ascending order only. So like 0 is going to be appended at the beginning, 80 is appended at the last. It won't do like this actually, guys. Whether the data is sequential or random does not matter. Append is always going to append the element only at the end of the existing list, not at the beginning or not at the middle of the list actually, guys. Can you see? 0 has been appended at the last actually. The length has been increased. I think now it has been became 8. Length of the X has been became 8 actually, guys, because we added 2 elements after the 70. So 70 is appended and then 0 is appended. 2 elements we added now after 60. So it has been became 8 elements total. It has been became. If so, you can add up the elements, you can remove the elements, whatever you want, guys, you can do it actually. Okay. Now, so let me explain about this particular method called as an insert method. So maybe you understood that append method actually, guys, but some methods may be a little bit confusion for the guys who has been joined for the today's class, because you may not be having about any idea about indexes. But nowadays, guys, everybody is learning Python. Everyone is having a little bit core concepts of Python. May not be having a complete knowledge about the Python, but nowadays I can expect that whoever is learning, whether they're learning Java, .NET, etc., first of all, they're learning Python actually, guys. So I don't think so. You guys may be having some difficulty in learning Python actually, but you can, so maybe some guys may not have the complete idea about that, but still they can understand this particular concepts actually. So now I have a method called as an insert method is there actually, guys. I'm explaining insert method, not the extend method. Let me explain with the insert method. What is the insert method will do actually, guys? Insert and append is the same only. But only the thing is, insert is a method which allows you to add the element wherever you want. That means it will take 2 arguments actually, guys. One is going to be the index it will take, and it is going to be adds the element actually. What is the difference between append and insert actually, guys? Append will append only at the end. Insert is going to be at the given index actually, guys, at the given index. So what is insert is going to do actually, guys? Insert is going to insert the element which is going to be at the given index. At the given index actually, guys. For example, we have already have, for example, X is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, for example. Now I said, let us say X equals to, guys. If I said X dot, I said insert. For example, if I said 2, 60 actually, guys. One important thing actually, guys, 2, 60 means it is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now don't think that the 20 will be replaced by 60 actually, guys. It's not replacing. Here before this 2 index, that means at the second index, it is going to be inserting 60 actually, guys. You're not replacing. Then what happens? We know that actually, guys. If this becomes 2, this becomes 3, this becomes 4, this becomes 5 actually. So wherever you want to add, we can add it actually, guys. We are not replacing. You are not replacing the second index with 60 actually, guys. Before the second index, you are adding 60. That means the previous second index will become third index. Before third index is going to become the fourth index. And before the fourth index, whatever the earlier fourth index is there, now it will become the fifth index actually, guys. That is what we are going to call it as. This technique, what we are going to call it as the insert method actually. Once again, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Length of the x, which we can see 5 actually, guys. I said x dot, which is going to be insert of something like, can you see, guys? Everything is going to be given the help actually, guys. Insert the object before the index. If I set 2 comma, which is going to be nothing but it is 60. That means before the second index, it will insert the 60 actually. Who is the second index? We know this actually, guys. 10, 20, 30. 30 is the second index. So before the 30, the 60 is going to be appended actually, guys. Again, this is also nothing but it's a lazy fellow. So it's a lazy fellow actually, guys. It won't tell you anything what has been happened. If you want to see, you say X. You can see the data like this, guys. 10, 20. It's didn't replace the 30 actually, guys. 30, 40, 50 is there as usually. Before the 30, it has been added the 60. If I say what is the length of the X, now you can see that it has been became, which is going to be nothing but 6 actually. Anywhere, guys, anywhere you can append actually, guys. X dot insert of, which is going to be nothing but 0 comma, which is going to be 70. Before the 0 index, it will be appended actually. So insert will allows you to append the element wherever you want to append. Extend the insert is the append is a method which allows you to append at the end of the positions, end of the existing list. Insert will allows you to append or insert the given element at the whatever the index you require it actually, guys. That is the difference between the insert and the extend method, what we have to understand it. That's it actually, guys. Slowly, guys, slowly if you do the practice, guys, you can understand the techniques actually. Very simple concepts. Python is not a complicated work to understand. It's a very simple actions, a simple concepts only, which we can work in a easiest way we can understand it actually. Very easiest way we can understand it actually, guys. Really, we don't require to work more about this particular concepts actually, guys. A very simple techniques which very slowly you have to understand it, guys. Slowly if you start working with them, that's why in initial classes also I don't take too much time actually, guys. Hardly 45 minutes, 50 minutes, maximum 1 hour will take the session actually, because all these are going to be some kind of a beginning topics actually, guys. They are going to be a kind of a beginning topics actually. That is the reason why generally what we are going to do is, which is going to be a very simple applications only, we are going to be gets working with them. Okay, so that is an ideas of how we are going to be gets working with the insert method. Now there is a something called as an extend method is there actually, guys. A little bit complicated to understand. Little bit complicated means I can explain in a different way, but the concept is slightly different actually, guys. The concept is going to be slightly different actually, but try to understand in an easy way. Later I'll connect the things actually. Guys. In an easy way to understand, observe the trick actually, guys. For example, easy to understand. Let me take 10, 20, 30, 40 actually, guys. You can see what is X actually. I'll connect the things actually, guys. X dot append of, I said, which is going to be 50, 60 actually, guys. Observe carefully, guys. I'm not appending a single element. I'm appending 50, 60 actually, guys. When I'm appending a 50, 60, so you may expect that, sir, I'm adding 2 elements actually. So 50 is 1 element, 60 is 1 element. No, guys. 50 and 60, both of them has been appended as a 1 element only. It is going to be appended as a 1 element actually, guys. Sorry, guys. It may be X dot append of. Yeah. X dot append of, I said, which is 50, 60 actually. Let me append it actually, guys. Once if you see the X, previously X is containing only 4 elements, guys. Now I added 2 elements actually, but 2 elements has been not added individually, guys. 50, 60 is combined added as a 1 element only. So if you see what is the length of the X, it won't show you 6 actually, guys. It will show you as a 5. How it is possible? This is how it has been appended actually, guys. This is how it has been got appended. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Sir, you said that list is a collection of only values. No, list is not a only collection of values. I'll tell you guys, collection of objects. List is actually collection of objects actually, guys. So the guys who has been already joined earlier, you got a little bit idea about object. But some guys who has been joined today, they may not have the idea. You may not have the idea about objects, but don't worry. But keep in mind, like whenever we are appending a list of values like that, they will not be added as individual values, guys. They will be added again as a list. Actually, this is nothing but a list of list actually, guys. A list inside a list. This is list actually, guys. If I, for example, if I said X of -1, you are not going to get the last element actually as 60. We will get the result as 50, 60 actually, guys. That means you are totally getting like a list only. We are going to be getting the output. That is X of -1. That is nothing but X of -1. Don't worry, guys. I'll share you those particular details and all these things. So once again, I'm showing you guys X dot. If I said pop, the last element will be removed. Last element means not 60, guys. 50, 60 is going to be one element actually. Now see the difference, guys. When I said X dot extend actually, guys, why you don't understand this concept? Because it is, see the difference clearly, guys. When I said insert and append, whenever I said append, the input is an object. Whenever I said X dot insert, that also is going to be nothing but it is an object. But whenever I said it is an extend, it is going to be nothing but what we are going to call it as iterables. What is iterable? For the timing, leave it, guys. I'll again come back and explain. I told you no. I'll connect all the things one after the another. Will connect the things because all at a time you cannot understand it actually, guys. That is going to be what I call it as an X dot extend actually. It is an X dot extend actually, guys. Forget about the iterable, but one thing you can find it, guys. Extend the list by appending the elements from the iterable. That means the difference between extend and an append method is if you append a list like this, total list is appending to the X actually. But whenever I said extend, it is not going to be appended as it is not going to be adding this as an object. What it will do is, it will append the individual elements actually, guys. That means 50 separate, 60 separate actually. Same thing, I'll do it actually, guys. 50, 60, I'm appending actually, guys. Now what you can find it of actually, guys. It won't append the 50 and 60 as a single element like this actually, guys. 50 separate and 60 separately, it will append it. You can find what is the length of the X. Previously, the length of the X is 4, guys. But now the length of the X is not 5. It is going to be nothing but it is going to become 6 is the result what it is going to become actually. Because it is not adding the total elements actually, guys. It's not adding the total elements as a single object. Each object has been appended individually, which is 50, 60 actually. So that is the difference between the extend, insert and append actually, guys. Right now you don't know what is iterable, but in our coming classes, I'll explain like what is meaning of an iterable. Then again, I'll come back and I'll explain this particular concept, guys. So you can see it, guys. We are extending the list by appending not the elements to the list. It is element from the iterable to the list actually. So whenever we appended a list of elements, it is appending as a list only in insert method and in the append method. But in the extend method, even if I give a list of values also, they're appending as an individual values rather than a single object actually, guys. So totally we have been got discussed about and another 3 more methods. So totally we covered about 7 methods actually, guys, apart from copy. Apart from copy, it is going to be 7 methods actually, guys, right? Clear, count, pop, remove. Clear and count, pop and remove are basically used for removing the elements. Append, extend and insert are going to be used for appending the elements. Count is only for counting the elements actually, guys. So 7 plus count is anyhow, it is going to be 8. There are another 3 more methods actually, guys. Very simple methods. One is an index is there. The other one is going to be sort is there. And there is going to be reverse is there actually, guys. Only three methods are there. So tomorrow we'll discuss about that. And then I'll start with the next object called as an tuple. Okay. Tuple is very easy, guys. To understand the tuple and list, same like a list only, tuple will be existing. So after that, I'll plan actually, guys. Don't worry, because some new people has been joined, and we don't know whether they really join the sessions or not. So I'll see for a couple of classes. If more number of new people has been joined, I'll arrange a backup session, guys. Okay. So depending on the number of participants, I'll decide it. I'll decide it in a couple of days. So guys who has been joined for the today's class, don't worry about the backup classes. We'll give you the recordings, or I'll take a backup session if it is required. Everything I will put everybody on the same page, and then we'll start with the regular classes, guys. Okay. So that's it. That's it for the today's class, guys. Guys, anyhow, some people has been joined for the today's class now. If you have any questions, I can spend the time, guys. 15-20 minutes I can spend it, no problem. If you have any questions, guys, either you can unmute yourself and you can speak, or you can have a chat panel. You can see that you can type in the chat panel. Yes, Uday. Yes.
Like it's not related to this, like we are
Okay.
working on a project, sir,
Okay.
in which my ma'am explained me that like she had written a code for some AIML project, sir.
Okay.
Everything is there. But what difficulty we are facing is we are unable to upload it into the client's systems, or like it is basically a US and UK based company.
Okay.
Yeah, it's working perfectly in our systems, but we are unable to connect to the client. We even tried like by using VPN, sir.
Okay.
We are unable, like where might be the issue?
I understand until I can't see the code and all these things. I can't say it. No, like what libraries you are using, what type of VPN connections you are using, where you are trying to shift that particular data. So if you have any problem, you can just connect one-to-one session, one-on-one. We can connect it, and then I can, if you have any option to show your code, or you can explain that, then I can go for. Then I can explain you. Like
level of the page, inbox page, Facebook inbox page. If I create my account with this Facebook, and if I sign in for my application, Facebook sign in application form, if I fill these details, if I click login, then I can see that inbox of the Facebook. So that inbox of the Facebook is coming from server accessing from database. These all interactions you can observe here in every front-end programming. So in every front-end programming, you can observe here, front-end page always interact with the server page, server will interact with database. These all interactions you can observe here. See here, I already logged in for this go to training. You can see here in this go to training how the interaction is. Here in this go to training link, you can see that here this is our front end page. I already log in for this. See what all the links are available, how many students are registered. These all tabular information coming from server page. This total tabular information is coming from server page. This server page will access this total database results, database data from this data total columns. All these columns of data is connected to server page. That server is interacting with a database. Those all interactions you can observe here in every front end page. Front end interact with the server, server interact with database. Those all interactions you can observe here in every front end programming. Here we are interacting with a application here, Facebook application. This Facebook application we can develop it like this. Here server programming, here front end page is interacting with the server, server interacting with database. These all interactions you can observe here. If this is our front end programming, this front end programming is interacting to server, server interacting to database. These all interactions you can observe here in every front end programming. So here as of now I'm going to explain these all topics in the next 2 months. Almost 40 to 45 hours, 40 to 45 hours of session, Monday to Friday topic session. Total duration I'm going to cover our topics all like this. So final achievement, what we can achieve after this 2 months of time, 45 hours or 2 months of time. you can see here one attractive user. Yes, please mute. You can see that some attractive user interfaces you can see here. Here ABC drinks. Here you can create that ABC drinks site here. In that site, you can see that every loading time, this is one drink site. Here, every loading time, every refreshment time, that web page will change its theme. See here, every refreshment time, the theme of the application is changing. Complete theme of the application is changing here for every refreshment time. So that is possible by our front-end programming. See, color, complete theme is changing, not only color, complete theme is changing here. So once again, if I refresh it, see here how it is changing. This way, we can create our front-end page. So always front-end page is interacting with a server page, a server is interacting with the database. So every refreshment time, that application is changing its theme. So this is possible by our front-end programming. See, if I click go down, see here, I'm clicking down button of my application. See, content is coming up, can is coming in the front of the application. Front means coming in Z dimension, X, Y, Z axis time. Z dimension, it is looking like it is coming forward from the screen. Okay, here means XY axis from the screen only, XY axis, and this is Z axis. See here, it is sitting on one layer and content also going up like this. This type of interactions you can observe here in every front-end program. Not only the same interactions, this type of application development we can do it with our front end. See here, moving in oval shape. Okay, this way, see here, if I go up, see can is coming along with the movement. See can is coming down, can is coming down. So these all the list of themes here. These all the list of themes you can see here in this. Here list of themes are available here. If you click it, you can open that particular theme. Okay, that particular theme of the application you can open here. Yeah, you can see that particular application like this. So this way we can create our application. Here, if you are creating any application for the front end, that application we have to develop it in this way. Okay. This is the way of implementation of our front end page is interacting to server, server is interacting to database. Those all interactions you can observe here in every front end programming. Here in every front end programming, you can see that type of output. See, if I click next button here, you can see that all review information. See, complete page is not loading. Just only 1, 2, 3 are changing. See, here itself it is changing here. This is with Ajax code. Only page number is changing and content is changing in this white color one. But it is not refreshing my entire URL. It is not changing my URL. But I can see all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. So this is with Ajax code. Here we'll learn one by one each and every topic, whatever is involved in any application. I'll show you with the sample examples and I'll show you with the real-time implementation. I'll take one URL from the website, from the Google, any one URL, will implement it from the scratch. How to use Bootstrap, how to use HTML, how to use CSS. So each and every topic, how to use it, I'll explain to you with the real-time implementation. After completion of these all topics, you can go for any framework programming. Other faculty is conducting framework classes. So you can go for any framework programming. In that framework programming, you can understand how we can implement our application. Here, JavaScript framework programming. If you know any one framework, JavaScript framework, then you can stick with the front-end environment. If you want to be a front-end developer, you have to know any one framework, then it will be helpful to join as a front-end developer. Okay. So this is totally about the front-end programming. In this front-end programming, we are going to see how we can interact our application with our programming. Those all you can understand here with this program. Next, here we are interacting with your front-end programming here. Front-end, how it is interacting with the server, server, how it is interacting with the database, we observed. What all involving in this application, I'll show you. Here, this is one ring site. When I click down, there is no XY movement, but you can see some content here. Okay. Here, but see here, this is some content and that image. Both will change here. If I click next button, here, not working, page stuck. Here, if I move next, so it has to move to the next one. Okay. No, it is not changing. Okay, fine. But here you can see that every number it is changing here, content is changing here with our programming. So 1, 2, 3 pages I can read it here. Here 1, 2, 3 pages I can read it here in this review page. Okay, this way I can write my review here. See here, directly slide up, slide down effect here. Ask you a question. Here also it is slide up, slide down effect. This we can create it with our front-end program. These all colors it is showing here. When you right click and inspect element here, you can see that how the application was developed. Here, if you right click and inspect element on the application, you can see that how the web page was developed. Here you can see that here doc type HTML head and body. Here doc type, here it is document type, HTML tag, head tag and body tag we can use. If I remove the body tag, just delete the body tag. See here, you cannot see any content here. See, you cannot see any content here if I remove the body tag. So once again, I can refresh it. Here, refresh. So now you can see that here, if you right click and inspect element here, right click and inspect element here, you can see that console here. Sorry, here in elements, you can see that if I don't write the body tag, you cannot see any content here. If I don't write the head tag, delete this head tag. See, I deleted that head tag. You cannot see any content here. See, that output is coming like this. You cannot see any content here if I delete the head tag. Sorry, body tag. If I delete the head tag, see here how much big arrow symbols and big size image. Here some glass symbol, glass image. Here images, very big size images you can see here in the application. See, all are displaying, but there is no proper order for this. Everything, every content it is displaying here, but there is no proper output for alignment for the application. There is no proper alignment for the application if I don't write the head tag. So inside the head tag, we are writing here CSS code, JavaScript code, jQuery code, Ajax code. Those all codes we write it inside the head. Inside the head, we can write it here. Inside this head only, we can write it CSS code, JavaScript code, jQuery code, Ajax code. Those all codes we write it inside the head. So this way we can develop our output. Here, all front-end programming here. Front-end is always interacting with the server. Server always interact with database. But every HTML application, if you check it here, any HTML application, you can check it here. Every HTML application is developed by, here you can see that here it always developed by doc type HTML. Here doc type HTML, here root tag as HTML start, HTML close. Here itself you can see that head start and close and body start. You can see that head tag and you can see that body tag. Okay. Here you can see that head and body for the application. Head tag and body tag you can show to the user by this application. Here head tag is used to write header information. Under this we can write it here style tag. So this is the basic HTML code for every application. To check any application, take Facebook or matrimony or any website, Twitter, any website you can take here. Every website, yeah, social network websites or a newspaper websites or a recharge, mobile recharge or a banking account, any website you can open, that website will be developed by here. That website is developed by, see here, you can see that latest update, something it is giving for us. When you right click here, inspect element here, you can see that, see here, see, you can see that how we can develop it. See, doc type HTML head and body. You can see like this. Doc type HTML head and body. Here it is document type and HTML tag, head tag and body tag. Every HTML application, every website, when you right click and inspect element here, you can see this basic code. If I don't write the head tag, I cannot apply CSS, I cannot apply JavaScript. If I remove the head tag, I cannot apply CSS code. But CSS and JavaScript code, sometimes we can also write it inside the body tag. Here, when I write it here, script tag and then style tag. Generally, script tag and style tag, we write it inside the head. And inside this body tag, here inside this here inside this body tag, we can write it here h1 to h6 tags, all tags we can write it here. H1 tag, H2 tag, like that. H1 to H6 tags, we use it here for writing all our headings. So one by one tags, we are going to see completely HTML for the next 10 days. So HTML4, first I'll explain under this UI programming, HTML4. Every day, once one particular topic is over, after that topic, I'll explain to you how to implement that particular topic in the real time. How to use this particular topic in the real time, I'll explain to you. First few days I'll go for HTML4. Here our order of our